Good morning and welcome to the Loveland Masters here in northern Colorado. Sweetheart Lanes in Loveland, Colorado. They're currently in practice, got about 2 minutes left and we'll be getting started. Today's format is going to feature 6 games of qualifying, then cut to the top 10, through 3 games of semis, cut to our top 5 for our stair-step finals. They're bowling on Dead Man's Curve, which is 24.85 mils, 43 feet in length. And a ratio looks like 3.8 to 3. They did use a Kegel Atlas machine. Our featured pair today is going to be 19, 20, 21, 22. The finals will be on 19 and 20. Some players that we have in the field. We have Mr. Schaefer, as in Rick Schaefer. Rowdy's in the house. Dwayne Steinmetz, Dylan Maxey, Jeremy Odom, Jeff Delaney, Isaac Hernandez, Nate Bolton, JJ, Noah Gallegos, Kevin Maloney, Robert Marion, Dimitri Richardson, Jackson Garten, Brandon Knowles, just to name a few. Jason Eubanks I see out there. So again, they got about 30 seconds left, and we get started with game 1. Okay, looks like we're getting ready to be underway here of game 1. Again, we're at the Loveland Masters here at Sweetheart Lanes in Loveland, Colorado. On our pair, 19 and 20. It's going to be Nate Bolton, Evan Kurtz, Kevin Howard, Isaac Rose, Kobe Shute, JJ, John Johnson, Noah Gallegos, Kevin Maloney. 21-22, looks like we got Anton Johnson, Raymond Steed, Robert Marion, Shane Dees, Michael Pollard, Zach Huffsmith. There's Shane Dees up on 22. He's going to start off with 7 count. There's Kobe Shute. He's going to be on 20. Comes in a little high there, leaves a 9 pin. Raymond Steed on 21. Nice shot there. Does strike. There's Shoot looking to take care of a spare. Does do that. As well as Shane Dees looking to take care of the 136. Does do that. Robert Marion. Nice shot there. Here's JJ on 20. Crosses over, leaves just a 10 pin. See if JJ can take care of this 10 pin. There's Nate Bolton up on 19. Comes with a nice strike there. JJ does take care of his spare. Shane Dees leaves the 247 this time. There's Kevin Maloney. Shane Dees takes care of a spare. Baby split there. Here's Michael Pollard. He's going to be up on 21. Crosses over, but it does strike there. So Pollard goes spare strike. Crossover strike there on 19. Here's Nate Bolton up on 20, looking to give himself a double to start. Does do that. Here's Huss Smith on 21. He started with a strike, this time gets a 7 count. All right, game one underway. I'll be back in just a moment. Right there's JJ. Start with a spare. Now he has a double. So Robert Marion is on 21, looking to take care of his spare. Does do that. Look like coming up on 20, we have Kevin Maloney. Start off with a strike and a spare. Maloney leaves, looks like a 6-pin. Shane Dees leaves a 7-pin. There we go, cover that spare there. 19, nice. Okay, Maloney does take care of his spare. Shane Dees unfortunately opens there. So he started with a pair of spares, a strike and an open. I have Isaac Rose up on 20. Isaac looks like he started with a spare and a pair of opens. Both were splits. Leaves a 3-pin. Pollard crosses over, leaves baby split, 310. Rose converts spare. Pollard looking to do the same on his baby split. Unfortunately, he just gets 1, just gets 10. So he has back-to-back opens. Nate Bolton's going to be up on 20, looking for a 4-bagger to start. Shane Dees on 22 with a nice strike there. Huff Smith is up on 21. Comes in high, leaves a 2-4-7. And here's Bolton looking for that 4-bagger. Leaves a 10-pin. Good spare there on 21 for Huff Smith. Again, it's 6 games of qualifying. We're going to cut to the top 10. Do drop pins through 3 more games of semis to determine our top 5, which then will go into a step-ladder finals. And a shout out to the Loveland Estes Park USBC, their association, is one who puts this event on, as well as Sweetheart 10-pin Bowling Center, the Canfields. Nate unfortunately opens there. So after 4, he's at 87. And their staff here at Sweetheart Lanes do a phenomenal job. Kurtz is going to be up on 20, and Anton Johnson is left at 3610 on 21. Comes in a little high on 20, leaves a baby split, 310. Anton takes care of his spare. Fortunately opens there for Kurtz. Here's Steed up on 21. Start with a strike, split conversion, spare, and strike. Looking for a double. Crosses over and leaves baby split, 310. May see a lot of that today. Nice shot there on 20. Kibble Maloney looking to take care of the 3-6-10. Does do that. Steed opens there. So he's at 87 through 5. Marion's going to be up on 21. Shoot is up on 20. He opened the last frame. Does strike there. Marion with a nice shot, gives himself a double. Rose comes in high, leaves a split, 4-6-7. They're on 19. Baby split for Anton Johnson on 22. JJ gets a strike there, so he starts with a spare, a double, split that he opened, 76 through 4. Then he did strike in the 5th. Shane D is on 21 looking for a double. Leaves a 4-7. Rose will take 2 there. So halfway through game 1. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, heading into the sixth frame. Here's Nate Bolton. Start off with a turkey, then back-to-back opens. This time he leaves a 7-pin. Steve looking for a double here on 21. Leaves a 2-8. Okay, Bolton does take care of his spare. There's JJ. He's going to come up short there. Leaves a mess. Looks like the 1, 4, 5, 7, 8. Kurtz is up on 20. Spared in the 5th. Nice shot there. Unfortunately, leaves just a 9-pin. Could have easily struck there on 20. Here's JJ looking to take care of that leave. They left, leaves just a 5-pin. Anton Johnson on 22. Leaves a big split there. 2, 4, 8, 10 for him. Kurtz takes care of his spare. Maloney comes in high, leaves a 3, 6, 10. Marion does convert his spare. Good shot there on 20. He's got a turkey. Maloney unfortunately does not get the spare, leaves just 10. So he's got an open. So Maloney's at 99 through 6. Here's Shoot looking for a turkey. 7th frame for him. Comes in high. 6, 9, 10. Shoot does convert his spare. So he's at 113 through 6 with a spare in the 7th. Pollard leaves just a 4-pin. See if JJ can bounce back after that last frame. Robert Marion with a nice strike on 22. JJ crosses over, but does get the trip 6. Pollard takes care of his spare. So Pollard's at 106 through 7 with a spare in the 8th. Bolton is going to unfortunately open again there. So through 7 now, he's at 122. Maloney, he leaves a baby split. Good shot there for Kurtz on 19. Yeah, Maloney does take care of his spare. Anton's going to be up on 21. He did open in the 8th. Still has a potential 177 for him. Comes in high there, leaves just a 6-pin. Isaac Rose is going to be up on 20, looking for a double. Does get that. Three 6-10 there on 19. Steed up on 21. Just looking for a double here. Does do that. Eighth frame for Bolton on lane 20. Nice shot there. Marion on 21 looking for a double. Let's catch a break, trip 4. So Marion will have a double going into the 10th. JJ catches a break, gets the 2 to fall late, gives him a double. Kurtz strikes there, gives him a double going in to the 9th. So 7th and 8th he struck. Here's D's. Leaves a 7-pin. Maloney leaves just a 3-pin. Nice shot there on 20. Johnson takes care of that spare with the 3-6-9-10. Dees opens in the 10th. So he finishes 169. Johnson's looks like he's going to do a ball change. Cross over there on 20 for shoot. So he strikes in the 9th. Still potential 210 for him. Anton, 9 counts for his fill ball. So he finishes 152. JJ leaves the 6-10. Pollard can't get the 9 to go, so just a 9-pin remains for him. Steed comes in high, big split there, 4-6-10 in the 10th. Steed gets 2. So Steed will finish at 182. Maloney with a nice strike there on 20. Pollard with a strike here, put him at 154. Bolton with a washout. Pollard gets 8, so 152 for him. Nice shot there for Rose. Bolton will take 2 there. Marion leaves the 1-2, 7-10. Rose gets the first 2 in the 10th. Fill ball on the way. You can get the 150. Kurtz comes in high, leaves just a 4-pin in his 9th frame. Marion does not convert the spare, so he finishes 168. No, so Marion finished 189. Sorry, that's Huffsmith. He's got 1 169. You can get with a strike here, put him at 179. Okay, Rose does strike out, so 150 for him. All right, 10th frame for Bolton. He's got 146 through 9. He did open in the 9th. So with 3 here, put him at 176. He's going to have to hurry. Does not get there. So 2, 4, 10 for him. See if Bolton gives us a run. Does take care of the spare. Nice conversion. You're finishing up game 1. All right, joining us, Mr. Hernandez.
Mr.
You're bowling
Warner.
today.
I am bowling today.
Or is that what we're calling it? How'd you do? Game 1.
I shot 2 teams,
Okay.
but it was a little rough.
Yeah, looking at the scores here, we didn't have anything. 2-8 looks like it's going to be the high.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dead man's curve.
Yeah.
Hooking a little bit.
Understatement.
Okay.
Yeah, they're hooking a lot.
They are.
Yeah. Nothing different from what we normally talk about, to tell you the truth. So, I mean, there's some new issues that we come up on today, but hey, that's what it is.
And so to their the association, I'll throw this out there. What they're doing is because They changed their format
Okay.
on the fly.
Okay.
But let all bowlers know beforehand, so you have a
Okay.
chance not to bowl if you didn't want to.
Correct.
But what they're doing as a caveat is the entry fee was how much? Do you remember? $150. All of that money, every penny, is going to the prize fund. Which
So what is
phenomenal.
that, like 52 bowlers? Is that
42.
42. So another $2,000.
Yeah, it's nice.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
I mean, they could have easily just left it the way it was. But that's a nice caveat.
Or
Here you go with yours.
Or could take that extra $1,000 and open up the rest of the house.
Yeah, they could have. But
I mean, hey,
$1,000.
it just is what it is.
Yeah.
So definitely get out here a lot quicker, and the lanes will not deteriorate as quick as they are.
They're gonna be hooking.
Oh, I mean, I tried to stay right as long as I could, but there is no way. There was no way I could stay right.
In a skipping procedure,
Slide.
just slide
Slide.
halfway across, so you still won't. I mean, you won't hit the same pairs.
Yeah, we won't.
But
we'll still end up on 13 and 14.
at least you get to make the corner, and then don't have to finish making the corner.
Yeah. Get both corners.
That's
three
true.
corners.
Yeah, you do get 3 corners.
So, I mean, overall, just got to try to play management and not leave anything too crazy. So,
Yes.
we'll see what happens. But, I mean, other than that, let's hopefully get some good games going today. And hopefully I'm in the
Bonus bowling.
the bonus bowling, or as they call it, the secondary qualifying.
So the way it's going to work today, 6 games of qualifying.
Yep.
Cut to the top 10.
Yep.
Then drop pins.
Yep. 3 more games.
3 more games of semis to determine our.
Secondary qualifying, sir. That's how they're saying it.
I call it semis. And then stair step. What are they going to call that? The third round?
Sure, why
Stair
not?
step or step ladder.
Step ladder. I don't think
top
you can
5.
change it any other way than
No.
that, but just saying.
To determine our champion.
Yeah, so it'll be fun.
It's got a ways to go still.
Yep. Who won last year?
Don't remember.
Ricky Schishler.
Was it?
Yeah.
There you go. Well, then why you ask me?
Who won the year before?
Don't remember.
Me.
Well, there you go. That's what I was trying to blank that out.
Yeah,
I was
you were.
trying to.
Who won the year before then? Nobody.
Ah.
So.
Here you go. So we're just going to do a slide. So you're going
Yeah.
into 19 and 20.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So we get to see the talent that you are.
Well,
What are you using?
I am. I started out with a monsoon. I was playing right with it, and it's just like, man, it's still kind of labors, you know. I'm like,
Okay.
But it makes sense just because of the way the pattern's built.
Uh-huh.
So then I moved left with it, and it kind of hit real quick, checked up real quick. I'm like, okay, that's not what you need to do, because typically some players, when they see that ball check real quick, they try to throw it further right, and then they're in washout zone
Exactly.
or in the gutter. So I was like, oh, well, let's make a ball change. We'll go to asymmetric. So I decided to go to the Ion Pro Solid.
Okay.
So something shiny, asymmetric, weaker asymmetric, you know.
Where do you see people playing? More.
Well, they're already in the
Third,
middle of
fourth
the
arrow?
lane. I'm going to try to stay as far right as the guys that are far left are. So if they're
Gotcha.
playing fourth arrow, I'm going to try to be around third. And then as they migrate left, I'm going to just try to stay behind them. So try to manipulate the ball with the hand and targeting and stuff like that. So
Gotcha.
we'll see.
Bryce Williams on your pair, it looks
So,
like.
Who is Bryce Williams?
Bryce is right there. He's going to be
Okay.
throwing the ball here on 20, it looks
All
like.
right. Who else do we have in our pair?
Well, you just bowled with him. You don't know who you're bowling with?
I do not. Nicholas.
You're just paying attention.
Nicholas. That's Nicholas, right?
That's Bryce, who's getting ready to bowl
that one
now.
over there.
Wait, he's on 19?
So I know that one. He's 17, 18.
Here's JJ.
Yeah, Nicholas. So.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
There's that washout area you're talking
Yeah.
about. Or
I wouldn't even call it a washout
Or
because there's
it's
just no
just-
oil there. The ball's done.
gets there and just
It's-
nothing.
The ball's used up every bit of energy it could store and just goes right.
Here's Bryce. Comes in high, 3-6-10. Seeing a lot of 3-6-10s,
Yeah.
3-10s.
You're going to see quite a few of those. So
Yes.
today's going to be a mentally strong day for the mind. So
Making right side spares if you're right-handed, left-handed, or left side spares for your left-handed.
yeah,
Oh, you got Delaney on your pair too.
yeah. You got the sheet. Yep.
Yeah, well,
You even highlighted it.
I did. Delaney's won. He won our last live stream. That was, what was that?
I don't know. What was that?
It's a blank date.
I can't
I'm going
remember
through
either.
everything quickly.
It seemed like it was like a weekend ago.
But yes, it was a weekend ago, wasn't it?
The
What the
stab.
heck was that? Yes, it was the stab.
Longmont.
Oh my goodness.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I completely
Oh,
forgot,
goodness
dude.
gracious.
It's been a long week. I had to do board meeting stuff this
Oh,
week,
my bad.
so
My
that's
bad.
been on my head. 3, 6, 10.
So
No. So 2 there. Starts off with
Yeah.
Older. You got Scott Golderman on your pair.
yeah, I do.
Jason Eubanks.
Yep.
And there's Maloney. Who else you got there?
And Nicholas.
That's Nicholas.
Barr.
He works here.
Oh, does he?
Yes, he does.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, he does. All right, game 2 is going to be underway. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, game 2 underway. Loveland Masters here at Sweetheart Lanes. There's Nate Bolton on 21. Looks like he started with a strike. Then a 3, 6, 9, 10. Mr. Eubanks takes care of his spare. There's Mr. Delaney. Again, he did win the STAP tournament. Okay, out talking to a couple players. They're having a good old time out there. It's going to be tough. Sledding. Trying to keep the ball in line. Eubanks with a 4-9 there. Mr. Hernandez. Started off with an open, a big split. And he's got the 3-6-10 here. Does take care of that. You'll be sliding every game. So you just slide one pair to your right. If you're on 19-20, go to 21-22. 21-22 is going to go 23-24. Here's Bryce. Start with an open, then a spare. Good shot there. JJ's up on 21. Start with a spare and a strike. There's Delaney. Good shot there. JJ leaves a 2-pin. Nicholas, lane 20. Nice shot there. So Nicholas started off with a strike, then an open, and then now he strikes again. So he's got 20 pretty much dialed in. JJ takes care of his spare. Crosses over for a strike there. That was Golderman, I do believe. Here's Eubanks. Does get that to go, so he strikes there. Maloney leaves a 10-pin. Hernandez leaves a washout there. That'd be the 1, 2, 4, 6, 10. Delaney start up with a strike, spare, strike. So we'll see what he does here in the fourth. Got that to come high, leaves a 4-pin. Isaac does not convert the spare, so he's got an open there. So 32 through 3 for him. Lane 19's getting him fits. He's not marked on that lane. And Delaney takes care of his spare. So he's Dutching it right now. Strike, spare, strike, spare. Bryce comes in high, leaves 3-6. Isaac Rose leaves a split as well on 21. 3-6-7-9. Here's Golderman looking for a four-bagger to start. Eight, 10. Bryce gets two of those. That is a spare. So Golderman, after starting off with Turkey, opens in the fourth. He's got 86 through 4. Bolton, strike, open, strike. His fourth frame. Comes in high with a big split there. 2-4. I'm sorry, how about the 4-6-10? Good shot there on 19 for Nicholas. Gives him a double. All right, let's see what Isaac does here. Does get them to go there. The 9 was late, but he did get it out. So strike for Mr. Hernandez. Bolton with an open. So he struck both times on 22, and unfortunately opened both times on 21. Maloney with a strike there on 22. Messenger comes back, gets 9 for Eubanks. Kurtz with a strike there. Bryce comes in high there, 6-10 on lane 20. Delaney's going to be up on 19. We'll see if he can continue on his path to a Dutch 200. Nope, leaves a 2-pin. Spare there. All right, Eubanks looking for a turkey. Bolton takes care of a spare there on 22. Good shot there. So gives him a turkey. Start off with a spare, open, and then 3 in a row. Looks like JJ's going to be up on 21. Start off with a spare, strike, spare, open. His 5th frame, he does strike there. Hernandez now off to races. He has a double. Here's Delaney on 20, looking for a strike here. He has not struck on 20 yet. One comes in light and short, so 2-4-5 for him. Maloney comes in high, 3-6-10. Bryce split there, 4-8-10. Delaney opens. So 105 for him through 6. Maloney opens as well. He's at 87 through 5. Golderman. Crosses over, strikes there. So he's got 106 through 5 with a strike in the 6th. Rose is up on 21. He gets a split there. Nicholas with a nice strike there, gives him a 4-bagger. All right, Hernandez looking for a turkey. He's up on lane 20. Leaves a split, 2-4-10. Rose opens in a 6th, so he's at 112 through 6. Eubanks strikes there, 4-bagger for him. Isaac gets 1. So struggle continues for him. He's at 85 through 6. Bolton's up on 21. He did spare in the 5th. Crosses over, baby split, 310. Delaney with a nice strike there on 19, as well as JJ with a strike on 22. Bryce, 410 split. Bolton with an open there. So 81 through 6 frames for him. Maloney's looking to bounce back after that open he had in the 5th. Comes in high. 4-10 for him. Baby split on 19. All right, Eubanks is going to be up on 20. Looking for a 5-bagger. Match Nicholas, since Nicholas did get a 5-bagger. So Nicholas started with a strike, an open, and a 5-bagger. Eubanks started off with a spare, an open, and then a 4-bagger. Looking for a 5-bagger here. Baby split there for Eubanks. Hernandez up on 19. Gets him to go there. So one there for Eubanks. That's going to be an open. So 142 for him through 7. Bryce Williams. Nice shot there on 19. So Bryce struggling a little bit, but he does strike there in the 8th. Here's Delaney looking for a double. Does get it. JJ does strike there on 21. Gives him 3 in a row. Nicholas comes in high there, leaves a 3-6. Crossover there for Golderman. So he ends up with a strike in the 8th. Nicholas takes care of his spare. So he's at 166 through 7 with a spare in the 8th. Maloney gets a 10 to go. So leaves himself with just a 2-pin. Hernandez leaves a 9-pin. It's a great shot, but leaves a 9-pin. Maloney takes care of his spare. High there, 4 counter. 119 for Eubanks. That's the big 4. 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Hernandez takes care of the spare. So Eubanks gets 4 and 5 to give him a total of 9 for that frame. He's at 151 through 8. Rose takes care of a spare. Good spare there for JJ on 22. Here's Bolton. Did strike in the 7th. Looking to double here. Comes in high, big 4. Maloney with a 610 on 22 there. And here's Nicholas. Did spare in the 8th. Here's the 9th. There's a split there. Kurtz. It's 3 in a row for him. So we got a 410 for Nicholas on 20. Hernandez crosses over but strikes there. In the 9th. Nicholas does take care of his spare. Nice. Nice conversion there. Bolton comes in high on 22, 3-6 there. Our Eubanks has had back-to-back opens. See what he does here in the ninth. Gets them all to go there, so strike going into the 10th for him. Shoot with a strike on 21. Gives him a double going into the 10th. Tenth frame for Delaney. Stop with a strike, spare, strike, spare, spare, open, and then 3 in a row. Got that one in a little bit. 4-pin. JJ gets it to go there. So he strikes in the ninth. Bryce takes care of a spare with a strike. Bryce will get to 160. Good spare there for Jeff. All right, Delaney does take care of his spare. Strike here, put him at 204. Comes in light, leaves a 2-pin, so 203 for Jeff Delaney. Nicholas gets them all to go. Rose leaves a 10-pin. Golderman. It's going to have to hurry. Gets the 10 out, so it leaves just a 2-pin. Rose converts the spare. Potential 190 for him. Nicholas with a double in the 10th. One more, put him at 234. And Nicholas finishes with a 6 count, so 230. Nice game there. Golderman, 9 counts on his fill. 181 for him. And they're just going to slide one pair to the right. Bolton leaves a 9-pin. 10 pin for Jason Eubanks on 19. Hernandez, his 10th frame, lane 20. He's going to have to hurry. Does get there, so he does strike there. First ball in the 10th. Eubanks opens in the 10th. Finishes 179. Isaac gets the 10 to triple eight. Gives him a double in the 10th. One more. Put him at 185. And Bolton does strike for his field ball in the 10th. JJ 3-6-10 does make the spare. Isaac does get all three in the 10th, 185. Pretty big save after the way the game started. Kurtz, his 10th frame, if he can get all three to go, put him at 179, gets the first one. JJ strikes there, 204. So he's plus. Kurtz strikes there. Maloney gets the first one in the 10th. He still can get the 204. Kurtz finished 178. Maloney gets those to go. Get one more for him, put him at 204. Trip 4. They're on 21. Looks like coming to 1920, Dwayne Steinmetz. See who's coming with him. Maloney does get all three in the 10th. 204, great finish. Looks like we got a Mackenzie fix. She's going to be up on 20. Lucas Tucker, Dylan Maxey. They're all going to be on 19 and 20. All right, game 3 coming your way. Here we're in game 3 of 6 here at the Loveland Masters. Sweetheart 10-pin bowling center. There's Dylan Maxey. Start with a spare, an open and a strike. Make that a double. Good spare there for McKenzie on 19. Hernandez gets him to go, so he starts with a spare and a double. Here's Delaney, start off with a double, then he opened in the third. Delaney does get those to go, so strikes there. Great shot there for Odom on 20. There's Golderman on 20. Comes in light. 1, 2, 5, 9. Here's Fix on 20, one of the 2 women we have bowling today. And both of them are named McKenzie. Nicholas starts off with the front 4. With a nice strike there on 22. All right, here's Fix. Nice spare. Eubanks looking to get himself a 4-bagger. Tucker takes care of a spare on 19. Does get him to go. So Eubanks with a 4-bagger, Nicholas with a 4-bagger. Here's Hernandez. He's got himself a turkey. Cross over there at 3-9. Steinmetz takes care of a spare. Delaney looking for a double. Does get that. Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
Got a turkey.
I do.
It's not Thanksgiving.
It's okay. I'll take it. Add some gravy to it here in a minute, hopefully.
There you go. So game 3 is settling down a little bit.
Yeah, looks like this pattern's flattening out a little, so.
Gotcha.
But it's definitely interesting.
There's another 310 there on 20. There's going to be a few of those we've seen. So halfway through, where you at?
I think I'm like +5 or something like that now.
Okay. I think the plus side of the bet is always good.
Yeah.
Oof,
Oh no,
that.
-2, I believe, because I was 15. I shot 185. So that's -15. I was 213, so -2.
Gotcha.
So,
Not bad.
no, I mean, kind of started off a little rough, but just trying to control the back end.
Makes sense.
I don't have any more equipment after these 2 balls, so I'm going to be looking for a house ball here in a little bit.
All right. Nicholas looking for a 5-bagger to start.
Oh, yeah, this kid bowls here, right?
Yes, he is from here.
Oh, interesting.
Bowls a lot of the eliminators.
Okay. Down at Rapo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting. All right, I'm going to see if I
He
can.
throws it pretty good.
He does. I like his. He's got a good game. Real simple, real smooth, not crazy like some of them other two-handers that you see. Real
Yeah,
stable at the line.
Absolutely. And there you
yeah,
go.
Yeah,
That's the result.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
go get him. Let's see if Isaac can get a 4-bagger. Nicholas with a 5-bagger. Eubanks, he's looking to get a 5-bagger as well. Isaac making comments on the way out the door. All right, Eubanks does get the 9 to go late, but it does go, so he's got a 5-bagger. Dwayne Steinmetz, lane 20. Dwayne's are up with 3 spares, a strike, and a spare. So he's clean. Gets a strike there. Isaac leaves a 2-pin. And we have Delaney up on 21. He's going to let Isaac go. There's Fix there on 19 with a nice strike. Isaac does cover his spare. Nice shot there for Delaney. He's got himself a turkey. Bryce Williams with the split there on 22. Looks like the 6-7. Maxie leaves a 10-pin on 20. Good shot there on 19. Trip 6. 19 for Tucker. Maxie converts his spare. Nicholas looking for a 6-bagger to start the game. Doesn't like it. Leaves a 4-pin. Odom looking for a turkey as well. Got that one. Unfortunately, doesn't come back. Leaves a 1, 2, 8. Nicholas with an open and forced error there. So puts him at 147 through 6. Steinmetz with a washout there on 19. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. Good try there for Jeremy. Jason Eubanks looking for 6 in a row to start game 3. Eight, 10. Hernandez does strike there. So he's off to a much better game here. Spare, turkey spare, strike for him. Fix leaves the 2, 4, 7, 10. So Eubanks opens there. 144 through 6. Both him and Nicholas both start off with the front 5 and then both opened in the 6th. Bryce 3, 6, 10. Here's Fix. Gets 3. We're halfway through game 3. All right, got some scores after game one. Game two should be coming momentarily. They are rounding those up. Just want to give you a quick little rundown. After one, Brandon Knowles shot 276 game one. So he is your leader. Noah Gallegos is in second, 246. So 46 over, 44 over for Dimitri Richardson. Jeffrey Delaney, plus 24. Antonio Cora. Rick Schaefer, 213, along with Isaac Hernandez. This is after game one. Kobe Shute, Scott Hubert, and Mike Sadar. So your cut after one was -3. Again, we'll have game two here momentarily. And that's what it looked like after one. Isaac takes care of his spare on 22. So Delaney opened in the 7th. Here's his 8th frame. Strike there. Here's Dylan Maxey, lane 20. He's got a shot. Does strike there. So it gives him a strike in the 8th. Golderman looking for a turkey. He's got it. And Bryce converts his spare. Nicholas up on 22. Did bounce back up to that open in a 6 with a strike in the 7th. Looking to make it a double. Leaves a 10 pin. Four 7 for Odom on 20. Hernandez struck last time. He was up on 21. Does strike again there. So Hernandez is clean through 8. All right, Nicholas does convert that spare. Odom takes care of his spare. Steinmetz strikes there. 119, Eubanks. He strikes as well. So he doubles after that open. Fix comes in high there, 4-6, 10 for her. Price can't get him to go. Just gets a 9 count there, leaves a 2-pin. Delaney. The strike there gives him a double going into the 10th. I'll fix 20 there. It looks like it's just continuously cycling. After 2, your leader is Demetri Richardson. He shot 244, 236. Put him at plus 80. Antonio Cora is in second at plus 78. Brandon Knowles is third, plus 48. At 28 over is Noah Gagos. And fourth, fifth, Jeffrey Delaney. Sixth, Robert Marion. Seventh, Nicholas Baralt. Kobe Shute is 8th. 9th, Raymond Steed. 10th, Rick Schaefer. So your current cut is -1. Isaac is at -2. And 11th, Maloney, -11. And 12th, Michael Pollard, -14, -15. Anthony Culbertson and JJ is -17. So they're all still in it. Still have a chance. Here's Eubanks up on 21. Looking for a turkey here. Comes in high, 3610. Hernandez. Eubanks does convert the spare there going into the 10th. He is at 191 through 8th with a spare in the 9th. Hernandez looking to take care of his spare. Does do that. So he's at 179 in 8th with a spare in the 9th. As we head into the 10th. Maxie takes care of his spare there on 19. They're finishing up their 9th frame. Price leaves the 3610. Delaney does spare there. Bryce finishes up 159. Delaney with a strike here puts him at 208. Does do that. So 208 for Delaney. Steinmetz. He can get to 202 if he fills all three in the 10th. Nice shot there for Nicholas. He was in 7th after 2. Steinmetz does get the first one in the 10th. Golderman with a strike there. 2 more will put him at 189. I'm sorry, 199. All right, Eubanks finishes at 241. Nicholas finished 233. Isaac's finishing up now. He's already at 208. It was Shakir put him at 218. Delaney did finish at 208 as well. So Isaac does get that trip for 218 for him. Odom's going to be up still at 19 and 20 to finish that off. Then we'll be heading into game 4. Comes in high there, 3-6-10. And Odom does convert the spare. Coming to our pairs. So 19-20 is just going to slide over. So coming to 19 and 20 for game 4 is going to be our other McKenzie, Quinn Apple, Rob Wood, Blaine Apple, Antonio Cora. Will be coming up for game 4. Odom with the strike here, put him at 175. All right, game 4 will be coming your way here in just a moment. Alright, game 4 underway. Here's Dwayne Steinmetz. Converted a split conversion on frame 1. This time he's a 7-pin. Here's our other Mackenzie. We have 2 women in the field. Both are named Mackenzie. That one comes in. Does strike there. Again, there are 6 games. Qualifying. We'll cut to the top 10 for 3 more games of semis to get to our top 5 for our stepladder finals. Pins will drop after qualifying. Here's Antonio on 20. Gets them all to go there. So Antonio starts with a double. Also coming up is Noah. And after 2 Noahs in 4th, we should have game 3 scores here momentarily. Let's see where Noah's going to go here. He did strike in the first frame. See what happens here. Does get that to go as well. So Noah starts with the double. Jeremy can't get it to go, leaves 4 pin. Again, this is the pattern. It's going to be Dead Man's Curve. 24.85 mils, 43 feet of oil. And a ratio of 3.83 to 1. Now on Brunswick service. I do believe they used fire oil. Good spread there for Jeremy. Split there on 19. All right, I'm going to do some housekeeping. I'll be back in just a moment. right, we have Wayne's Diamonds up on 21. There we go. Backdoors his way into a strike there. Antonio starts off with the front three, looking for the fourth one. Comes in high, trips the 9 from behind, so it's 4 in a row for him. Didn't know he was going to look to match. He's got the front three, looking for the fourth one. Noah comes in high for 9. Fix makes her spare on 22. Dylan. Start with a spare strike and a split conversion for a spare. So his fourth frame. Does strike there. And Noah take 1. See what we got going on here. Good shot there on 16. There's our leader after 2, Dimitri Richardson. Looks like he started off with a turkey, then a spare. We have Jackson Garden there on 15. He's got that 3, 6, 9, 10 left. Does get it to go. There's also Rick Shaper there. Dimitri comes in high, breaks up the 7-10, leaves just a 10 pin. All right, there's also Brendan Knowles. He was in third after 2. So stay here for a minute and see how some of those leaders are doing. Dylan Maxey up on 22, left the 6-pin. Does take care of the spare. Mackenzie's going to be up on 20. She started with an open, strike, open, then a pair of spares. Wood gets a strike there on 19. Started with a strike and open, 3 spares, and then now that strike. It's a good shot there from Mackenzie. Gets the 7 to fall out late, but it does go. Antonio looking to stay perfect. He'll be up on lane 20. Dwayne Steinmetz on 21. He's looking for a turkey. Does get that to go. Antonio, 6 in a row. Dylan Maxey on 21. Kenzie takes care of a spare there on 22. Rob Wood looking for a double. Comes in high, 36-10. Fortunately, a big split there for the other Mackenzie on 19. 4, 6, 7. Wood chops the spare. So he's at 112 through 7. Quinn. Six eight. The left-hander's 4-9. Antonio's going to be up on 19. Quinn gets one there. Puts him at 101 through 7. Antonio looking for a 7-bagger. He'll be coming up here on lane 19. Odom's up on 21. Start up with 3 spares and 2 strikes. Comes in high there. 4-7. Antonio gets another one, so 7 in a row for him. Front 7. Dwayne Steinmetz will strike down 22. Noah strikes there on 19. So Noah gives himself a double. He started off with the turkey, then a split open, another open, and then a double. Dylan 4-6 on lane 22. Kinsey with a strike there, nice. Baby split for Rob Wood. Arlen McKenzie's going to be up on 20. She comes in high, does break up the split, leaves just a 7-pin. Good shot there on 21. Baby split converted. All right, McKenzie does take care of her spare. Again, Antonio coming up. 8th frame. Looking for 8 in a row. Tucker's got the, what's that? Looks like a 5-7. Then over 19 looks like the 1-3-6-7. Antonio comes in high there, 3-6. So have front 7 and then an 8 count. Antonio does convert the spare, so he's clean through 8. 198 through 7 with a spare in the 8th. He was in second after 2, so he may move into first at the rate he's going. Should have some scores here from game 3 here momentarily. Good spare there on 19. Dwayne Steinmetz. Let's make his spare as well. It's Dwayne's 164 through 7 with a spare in the 8th. Noah leaves just a 7-pin there. Okay, Noah does make a spare. Baby split for Mackenzie on 19. 3, 9, 10. Dylan Maxey with a strike there on 21. Wood comes in high and leaves a 6-pin. Kinsey gets 2. Jeremy's up on 21. He's looking for a double. Comes in high, 3, 6, 10. And Wood opens there in the 9th. So he's going to have 140 going into the 10th. Antonio bounces back with a strike there. So his only blemish remains in the 8th. They're finishing out game 4. Rob Wood. 9 counts there for a second ball in the 10th. Kenzie. She 8 counts for her first ball in the 10th. Good shot there for Dylan over the 22. There in the 9th frame. Kenzie takes care of a spare. And Wood takes care of his spare. Finishes at 160. Kenzie with a strike here will put her at 145. Breaks it up, leaves just 7 pins, so 154 for her, or 144. Give her an extra 10 pins there. Antonio, he throws 3 in the 10th and get to 78. Comes in high there for Antonio. 3, 6, 9, 10. Not something you want to shoot in the 10th frame. Quinn takes care of the mess that he left. Now we're heading into the 10th there on 21-22 as well. Antonio does convert that spare. So he's going to be in the 250s. We have scores after game 3. Your leader is Antonio. So Antonio 230, actually 223, 255, 244. Which had 122 over. Dimitri Richardson is in second, plus 80. 58 over is Brandon Knowles in third. Nicholas is at plus 57. Jeff Delaney is plus 35. Noah Gagos, 31 over. Rick Schaefer is plus 23, plus 22 Mike Chavez. Robert Marion plus 21, plus 16 is one Isaac Hernandez. The Kurt Cut plus 16. Just outside the cut, we have Jackson Garden. It's minus 3. Rob Wood is minus 11. Scott Hubert is minus 18. So 258 for Antonio. Here's Dylan. Strike there. Here's Noah. Leaves a 9 pin. Noah takes care of his spare. So Noah finishes 203. Dylan. Potential 216 for him. Comes in, does get that, so 216 for him. All right, we'll be back with game 5. Okay, we're in game 5 of 6 in the qualifying round of the Loveland Masters. We'll have some scores coming soon, but after 3 again, your leader was Antonio. Second was Dimitri. Third, Brandon Knowles. Fourth, Nicholas. Fifth, Jeffrey. Noah. Rick was 7th. Michael Chavez 8th. 9th, Robbie Marion. And 10th, Isaac Hernandez. Mike Chavez is right here in front of us now. It's a strike there. And there's Noah on 21. Noah with a nice strike there. Here's going to be Rick Shaper on 20. Rick started off with a double. Nice. Make it 3 in a row for Rick. Again, this is 5 of 6. Then we'll cut to the top 10 through 3 games of semis. And then get to our top 5. Mike Chavez with a strike there. Started with an open and a double. Ball comes in high, 6-10. Rob Wood on 21. Gets them all to go. Here's Schaefer on 19. Leaves a 10 pin. So up with a turkey, then 10 pinned. Spare there on 20. Isaiah Spigner be up on 20. Start off with the front three or turkey. Use the 3 pin. Crossover there on 21, 3, 6, 10. Rick takes care of his spare. Isaiah does the same. Here's Chavez up on 20. Go for 3 in a row. There's Rowdy. He gets the 10 out. So Rowdy goes a pair of spares and then a pair of strikes. Chavez won another one. So he's got 3 in a row. Mackenzie, speaking of 3 in a row, she's looking for 3 in a row. Gets it. So Mackenzie, spare turkey for her. Wood on 22, start up with 2 spares. The strike, and now a 6-10. And Antonio, who's the current leader, gets a strike there. Start up with a strike spare, now a double. It's got a good look. Rick in front of the ball return. Good shot there. So Rick with a turkey, a spare, and a strike. We're halfway through game 5. There's Spigner on 19. Fortunately, leaves a big split there. They're on Dead Man's Curve V2. They're using fire oil. The volume on Dead Man's is 24.8 and 43 feet in length. Here's McKenzie. She's going to be up on 21. Start off with a spare, then a 4-bagger. Then left a 4-pin, which she does take care of there. Rick with that big 7-10. Start off with a turkey, spare, double, then 7-10. Then it gets 1 there. This ball's just late. Antonio. And here's your leader. After 3, we should have game 4 scores here momentarily. Start off with a strike, spare, then a 4-bagger. Mike Chavez on 19. It's a strike there. Rowdy. Pair of spares and a 4-bagger. That one comes in high, 36, 9, 10. Here's Noah on 21. Leaves the 2, 4, 10. Here's Rick. Gets them all in the mix up there. Strikes on 19. Rowdy takes care of his spare. Noah almost got it to bounce, but didn't get it. Good spare there. Here's McKenzie again on 22. Just leaves a 2-pin. Spigner, Isaiah. Did open in the 7th. Here's his 8th frame. Almost 7-9, or sorry, 8-10. But he did get the 8 out late, so just a 10-pin. wood. There's a partial bucket. Two, 4, 5. Chavez looking for a double here on 20. He's got it there. So he has a double. Good shot there on 19. Antonio's gonna 8 counts, so you got 4-7 on 22. Here's Shaper. Last time he left a 7-10 on 20. Good shot there. So he does get that one to go. So it gives him a double after that 7-10. So I'll put the turkey, spare, doubled, and he's 7-10, and then doubled now going into the 10th. And Rowdy's going to be up on 20. Quinn has a baby split on 21. Rowdy leaves a 10 pin. Noah 2-8. Converted. Chavez. 9th frame. Strikes there, gives him a turkey going into the 10th. So we got a potential for some big scores coming on here in game 5. Rick can get to 245. Isaiah can get to 235. Rowdy can get to 233. And Chavez, 257. Lane 21 is McKenzie. Leaves a 10 pin there. She is clean through 7. Start with a spare, turkey. Or actually make that a 4-bagger than a pair of spares. Rob Wood was trip 6 there on 22. Here's Rick. Gets 10 to go, strikes there. So he gets the first one in the 10th. Isaiah looking to do the same. He leaves a 9 pin. McKenzie stays clean through 8. The spare there. He's got 167 through 7 with that spare in the 8th. Quinn with a nice strike on 22. And then Isaiah does convert the spare. Rick with the second one in the 10th. And Antonio leaves a 9 pin there on 21. Isaiah with a strike here puts him at 215. Gets a 7 count, so 212. Antonio takes care of his spare. Rick, 9 counts on his fill ball. So 244 there. Jason now scores for game 4. Rowdy does strike there. So still can get to 233. Chavez 245 on the way. And he does get that, 245. Noah strikes there. He has a potential 225 left. Rowdy did finish 233. Chavez 245. 44 for Rick Schaefer. 12 for Isaiah. Shane. I'm sorry, that's Gary Golderman. Can get to 244 as well. So everybody's lit it up game 5 on that pair. Comes in high there, 3-6-10. So now 231 is available with the spare. Finishing up the 10th frame here on 21-22. They'll be heading into that final game of qualifying, game 6. And coming to 19 and 20, we're going to have Dan Skinner, Brandon Knowles, Jackson Garden, Demetri Richardson, Mike Sadar, and Scott Huber. And then Isaiah, Mike, Gary, Rick, and Rowdy are just going to slide to 21-22. Mackenzie gets the first one in the 10th. She can get to 247. That'll be her high game of this tournament. Control, there you go. Trips out the 4-pin. She's going to be in the 240s. Alright, so 6 counts to 43 for Mackenzie. Antonio can get to 236. There's Antonio. Didn't like it, but he did strike. Right, game 6 underway. Standings after game 4. Leader San Antonio. Shot 223, 255, 244, 258. Puts them on 180 over. Dimitri Richardson's in second at plus 104. At plus 75, we have 2 players, Brandon Knowles and Jeff Delaney. Robert Marion's in 5th. Noah Gagoson's in 6th. Mike Sadar, 7th. Isaac is in 8th. 9th is Nicholas. 10th is Rick Schaefer. So after 4, your cut was plus 7. Just outside the cut, Jackson Garton at minus 5. Minus 7, Mike Chavez, and Scott Huber was in 13th. Again, that was after 4. We watched Game 5. Mike Chavez had a big game, Game 5. So he may get himself up into the cut. We'll get those numbers here as soon as we can. But Game 6 will be starting here shortly. Game 5 also. Mr. Kurtz ended up at 299. So Evan Kurtz did get to 299 in Game 5. So he's going to move up as well. Game 6 is going to be underway here momentarily. Game 6 underway. It's the last game of qualifying here at the Loveland Masters. Here at Sweetheart Lanes in Loveland, Colorado. Mike Chavez with a strike there. Started off with a pair of opens and then struck there. Skinner. Lane 20. Crosses over, gets himself a double. Golderman. He started off with a double. Make it a turkey. And we'll have some scores after game 5. There's some movement going on for sure. It's some of the people who were in the top 10 for their game 5 was not so great, so they may drop out. Some people who were out, such as Mike Chavez, well, a really good game 5 is going to move in. There's Rick Schaefer there on 22. That ball hooked and leaves him with the 6, 9, 10. Scott Huber. Start with an open and a spare. Comes in high there, big split. 6, 7, 10. Isaiah leaves a 6 pin. So he's struggling game 6 with an open, spare, open in this 9 count. There's Dimitri Richardson on 19. Dimitri has a double. Rick takes care of his spare. Isaiah spares as well. And 2 for Scott. Good spare there on 20. Brandon Knowles is going to be up on 19. Start with a spare and a strike. Golderman, Gary, 4-bagger. Brandon Knowles. 6 pin. Dimitri starts off with the first 3. Here's Rick. You can see how deep he's playing. Can't trip to 4, so 9 count there. Knowles. Does convert a spare. Jackson's going to be up on 20. First 3 frames, he's 7 counted every time, but did take care of the spare, so he's clean. He's just hanging around a number, so he's going to need a little bit of help and got to get going. He's going to need a couple strikes here. Does get a strike there. Here's Rowdy on 21. Comes up short. 1, 2, 4. Rick leaves a 7 pin. Rowdy takes care of his spare. Brandon's going to be on 20. Struck last time. He was here. We have Gary on 21, who's starting with the front 4. Brandon, 4-9. Spare for Schaefer. See if Brandy gives us one to go. Close. But unfortunately has an open air, so he's setting at 67 through 4. Rowdy sends the messenger across, gets it. Skinner. He started his game with a double and then a spare. And he strikes there. So Isaiah leaves the 1-9. Good spare there for Isaiah. Chavez will be up on 21, looking for a double. Again, this is the last game of qualifying before we get into our semifinals. They'll bowl 3 more games there. All pins will drop from the qualifying round. After we get through semis, we'll cut it to the top 5 for our stair-step finals. Here's Chavez. Crosses over and gets his break. Jackson doesn't get as lucky and gets a split there too. 4-10 for him. Skinner with a nice strike there. Isaiah with a strike on 22. Dimitri looking for a 5-bagger here on lane 20. Comes in high, 3-6. Schaefer leaves 10-pin. Schaefer takes care of his spare. Rowdy with an open there. Jackson with that split converted. Just getting down to the final frames of qualifying here. Schaefer with the strike there. Brandon Knowles looking for a double there on 20.
That tells me that was 90%.
Brandon Knowles leaves a 3-6. And then Isaiah's going to be up at 21 looking for a double. Brandon converts a spare. Comes in high, leaves a 4-pin for Isaiah. Gary with a strike there on 22. Skinner. Start up with a double, then a spare, then a double. Makes that a turkey for Skinner. Scott Hooper. He's got 75 through 5 with a spare in the 6th. Nice shot there for Scott. Chavez with a strike there in 21. Dimitri, a little late, but there it goes. So strike for him. It's going to be a score correction. As we get down to the crunch time here, game 6. We're waiting on a score change. We'll be right back. All right, game 6 coming to a conclusion. We got Gary on 21. Ninth frame. There's a baby split. Got Jackson lane 20. He's in the 8th frame. Nice shot there for Jackson. Gary unfortunately opens there. Let's get to our 10th frame here on 21-22. Schaefer. 2-8. The spare and a strike, Schaefer will get to 191. Isaiah. His first one in the 10th. 2 more, put him at 173. Rick opens in the 10th. It's 9-180, so he's going to drop 20 there. See what happens. Here's Brandon. Dimitri leaves the 3-pin on a 3-6-10 spare attempt. So he's at 174 through 8. Rowdy leaves the 110. Scott's going to leave 248. Roddy finishes at 190. Chavez gets the first one in the 10th. Best he's going to be able to do is 171, so he's going to lose 29. Jackson leaves a 2-8. Chavez gets the second one in the 10th. Two, 4, 5. 120 for Mike. And a Mike up on 20 and a Mike up on 21. Mike and Mike. And Chavez finishes the last three in 171. Brandon. Nice strike there. Spare there. Yeah, potential 279 there. Let's see who that is. 19 and 20. Dimitri can get to 70. Can get to 34. All right, we're gonna finish up game 6 here.
stick around for about 5-10 minutes. Thanks.
All right, game 6. Qualifying coming to a conclusion. I believe this is probably the last ball going down the lanes. It looks that way. Then we'll get to your top 10 for our semis. Again, pins will drop. Full 3 games of semis to determine our top 5 for our stair-step finals. Skinner can finish at 246. Comes in high there, leaves a 610. So now he's in a 236 category if he spares here. Okay, 236 there. Again, give us a couple minutes so we can figure out our top 10. Back as soon as we can.
Sater, number 9. Rick Schaefer, number 8. Nick, not even try to say your last name, number 7. Nick B. Noah Gallegos, number 6. Brandon Knowles, number 5. Evan Kurtz, number 4. Robert Marion, number 3. Dimitri Richardson, number 2. And your number 1 qualifier is Antonio Correa. So give us a few minutes, and we're going to use lanes 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. You'll bowl 3 games, and 17 and 18 will move to 13 and 14. We'll have bracket payouts in a few minutes too.
60 tank.
Yeah, in practice I was throwing my alpha trucks down the right, trying to make some material.
Didn't look good.
No, it was really just to break it down.
Oh, gotcha.
Because I knew there was going to be free hooks, but if you missed right, it might just finish flat. It might have been all there. But over there, it did not.
No, it was hooking like that. Okay. Do you know what pair we're on yet, or? Okay. Just so I know putting the shit up there.
Probably either there or there. He was in the middle, so he's probably probably there. I don't know where he is.
You'd probably be on 13 and 14, buddy. Year one.
There it is.
Yeah, they're doing everything. Show up here, we're going to change the format. Take 2 games away from it. And we're going to have 8 people in there. That's insane. That's insane. I guess that's $200 this morning. They're like, oh, here you go. Now go fuck yourself. Y'all have cash? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. What is that from?
Where'd I come
So you just write it off. Oh, I bought this bowling ball for $200. I ain't giving you guys shit.
I bought this bowling ball for $6,000 actually.
You guys owe me money now, so it's funny how that works.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, all right, let's audit this dickhead. What else has any claims? Just not from here.
Isaiah Spigner, if you're still here, we have 30 for you.
Here we do have our unofficial top 6. Leader Antonia Cora, 217 over. Dimitri Richardson was in second at 156. Robert Marion third, plus 109 at plus 108. Evan Kurtz, he did shoot that 299 game 5. Brandon Knowles is in 5th. Noah 6th. 7th is Nicholas. 8th, Rick Schaefer. 9th, Mike. And the cut, unofficially, Jeff Delaney at plus 11. Just missing was Michael Chavez and Isaac Hernandez at plus 9 and minus 11. So that's unofficial. We'll see here. They're still counting their toes and fingers to make sure. We'll be back in just a moment. Okay, let's get it on. Semifinals. Getting ready to get started. Game 1. There will be 3 games. They're using 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So everybody will hit the same pair throughout. Again, our semifinalists include Antonio Cora, who was your leader, Dimitri Richardson, Robert Marion, Evan Kurtz, Brandon Knowles, Noah, Nicholas, Rick Schaefer, Mike Sadar just missed. So Rick is your 8th, and Jeffrey Delaney. Sorry, Mike and Jeffrey. So we're taking the top 10. So again, that is Antonio, Dimitri, Robert, Evan, Brandon, Noah, Nicholas, Rick, Mike, and Jeff Delaney. All pins have dropped, so fresh start for everybody. Top 5 will advance to the stair step finals. Robert Marion is on 14. Looks like he just left a split there. Rick Schaefer is up on 17. Gets him to go there. Nice strike. We're going to have 3 players on each pair. With the exception of one pair, we'll have 4. That gets you to 10. Evan Kurtz, strike there on 15. Marion, nice split conversion. Delaney starts off with a 6-10. Brandon with a strike there. Here's Mike. Up on 17. Crosses over. He leaves a 6-10. Antonio for 7 on 14. Marion with a strike there. Noah leaves a 4-pin. Antonio unfortunately misses a spare there. It's bowled well all day. In order to get to the lead, he did shoot 223, 255, 244, 258, 236, and 201. Dimitri, second place. He had games of 244, 236, 200, 224, 250, and 202. Robbie Marion had games of 226, 244, 189, 236, 196, and 244, and finished up with 220 and 224. Evan Kurtz had at 299 in Game 5. His low game was 178. That was Game 2. And Delaney, who is your cut at plus 11 at 218, 240, 224, 203, 208, 240, 161, 175. Brandon with a strike there. Marion gives him a double. Antonio takes care of that spare. Schaefer does as well in lane 18. All right, Dimitri up on 13. Comes in high, 3-6, 10. And 3-10 on 18. Kurtz gets 2, try to bounce it across. Fortunately, I have an open there. Again, they're going to bowl 3 games of semis to get to our top 5 for our stair-step finals. Antonio breaks up to 7-10, leaves just a 10. Spare there for Dimitri. Brandon with a strike there. Started this game with 3 in a row. Antonio misses another spare there. And the goal this round is just to get to the top 5. Here's Schaefer. Gets a strike there. So strike, spare, strike for Rick. Noah with a strike there on 15. Kurtz 4-pin. Dimitri with a strike. Marion opens there. So he has the open in the 4th. Schaefer comes up high, 4-pin there. Antonio. 4-9-10. Brandon looking to stay perfect. Does do that. Lenny's going to be up on 17. Delaney gets a strike there. So halfway through game 1 of the semis. Brandon with the 4-bagger is looking like he's in your lead. Noah crosses over, leaves just a 6-pin. Dimitri's up on 13. He leaves a 6-pin as well. Actually, Dimitri leaves a 3-pin. Nicholas on 17 leaves a 10-pin. Spare for Noah. Spare for Dimitri. And Nicholas does the same. He spares as well. Here's Marion, 4-9. So that lane just left a 4-9, 10, and now a 4-9. Schaefer with a nice strike there. Kurtz will open. Knowles continues to strike. So he's got the front 5. Antonio with a strike there. Nicholas up on lane 18. Nice shot there. Noah comes in high, 4, 6, 7. Kurtz leaves a 9 pin. Dimitri with a nice shot there gives himself a double. Here's Delaney looking for a 5-bagger. Start off with a spare. Does get that. So Delaney has potential. Actually, he had an open in the beginning, so 9. Then, if he was to strike the rest of the way, 279 potential. Here's Rick. Rick with a double. Wash out for Robbie Marion. Kurtz takes care of his spare. Nicholas with strike. Dimitri leaves a 10 pin on 14. Marion takes care of that washout. Brandon Knowles looking for the front 6. Does not. So he leaves the 1, 4, 10. Schaefer up on 17. He's got 3 in a row. Antonio leaves a 2 pin. Knowles will get 1. So So he's at 143 through 6. Marion with a strike. Delaney, driving that open, has got himself a 6-bagger. Good shot there on 17. Kurtz with a strike there. Noah looking to take care of a spare there on 16. Does do that. Nicholas comes in high, 369.10 on 18. Antonio wraps the 10. Nicholas with an open. Knowles starts to strike again after he had that open in the 6th. Does get that one in the 7th. Marion leaves a 10-pin. Schaefer looking for a 4-bagger on lane 18. He's got it. Antonio opens. So finishes at 169. Marion can get to 181. Delaney can't get it to go, leaves a 9-pin. Brutal. Here's Dimitri, can get to 236. Leaves a 10-pin, so no 236 for him. Robin with 181. Dimitri converts the spare. You get to 216. Brandon comes in high, breaks up the 3610, leaves just a 3-pin. Nicholas with a great shot there. All right, Dimitri did finish 216. Brendan takes care of his spare. There's Noah up 116. Two, 4, 5. Delaney spared in 8th, 9th frame. Gets a strike there. Kurtz comes in high, breaks up the split, leaves just a 4-pin. Good shot on 17 there by Mike. Nicholas will strike on 18. He can get to 213. Mike can get to 216. Brandon comes in high. Baby split there, 3, 9, 10. Seven pin for Mike. Now the best he can do is 206. Brandon give it a run. Unfortunately, leaves an open in the 9th. So he has 189 going into the 10th. Mike finishes up. Spare puts him at 206. Kurtz can get to 200 even. Comes in high, 3, 6, 9, 10. Nicholas gets the last one to go as well there. So he is at 213. Kurtz takes care of the spare. So he can still get to 186. Schaefer on a 5-bagger going into the 10th. Comes in light there, 2-8. Noah, 9 counts. Delaney leaves a 10 pin. Now his max score is 228. Kurtz, 185. Delaney takes care of the spare. Brandon Knowles. Leaves a 2-pin. Schaefer finishes 224. Delaney 235. Brandon Knowles can get the 209. $207 for Brandon. And Noah finished at 187. So +6 right now. Oh, +7 would be to get you in the top 5. Getting ready for game 2. Be starting here momentarily. All right, game 2 of the semis underway. 13 and 14 has got Jeffrey Delaney. 15 and 16 is Dimitri Richardson, who started off with a split. 4-6-7 for him. Antonio, he's a 3-6. Dimitri take 2 there. Delaney gets them all to go. Knowles 36, 9, 10 unfortunately opens. And there'll be 3 games of semis to determine our top 5 for our stair-step finals. Kurt's up on 17. Comes in a little high, leaves a 4-pin. Nicholas with strike on 13. Noah with split. 18, 4, 6, 7. Marion with an open. This is game 2 of 3 of our semis. This is what they bowled on today. It's Dead Man's Curve version 2. 43 feet, 24.85 mils, and a 3.8 to 1 ratio. There's no re-oil. Bowled 6 games of qualifying to make the semis. Top 10. Here's Brandon up on 17. He's an 8-pin. One more game after this in our semis. Shot there for Marion. Knowles converts his spare. Dimitri with the Greek Church. Antonio 4-7. Looks like we're about, everybody's through 2 frames, heading into the 3rd frame for 13 and 14 and 17, 18, 15 and 16's moving a little bit quicker. They're in the 4th frame. Game 2. Finishing up game 2 of our semis. Dimitri, big split there. Mike comes in light there. 1, 2, 8. Antonio with a strike. 116. Here's Noah. Breaks up to 710. Leaves just a 10 pin. Dimitri gets 1. Sitting at 132 in the 8th. Knowles with a strike there. Gives him a turkey. Rick with a strike on 13. Marion leaves a 10 pin. Dimitri with a nice shot there. So he bounces back after that open in the 8th. With a strike in the 9th. Delaney with a strike there. So Delaney started off with a double, spare, strike, spare, strike. Kurt's looking for a double on lane 18. Leaves a 9 pin. Gets 9, but leaves a 9 pin. Antonio 4-8. Nicholas on 14. It's a strike there. Marion with a strike as well on lane 16. Antonio covers his spare. With a strike will get him to 181. Brandon with a big split on 18, 4, 6, 7. Marion looking to double in the 10th. Does do that. Took a little while to get there, but he did get a strike. So a double for Robbie. Antonio comes in high there, 3, 6, 10. 7 count puts him at 179, 78. Schaefer gets a strike there. Dimitri with a nice shot there. Marion. Non-counts for 182. So he goes 181, 182. Dimitri's second ball in the 10th. It's another strike. One more, put him at 192. So he'll lose 8. Delaney leaves a 10 pin. Dimitri does get to that 192 mark. Brandon with slow roller, does strike. Rick leaves the 610. Rick with the spare conversion. Noah with the strike in the 9th. Noah can get to 205. Kurtz leaves a 9 pin. Brandon Knowles looking for a double going into the 10th. Rick opens in the 9th. Best he can get to is 199. Brandon does strike. 9 count for Delaney, 9 count for Noah. Kurt's looking to start his 10th frame. Does get a strike there. Delaney takes care of his spare. Same with Noah. Kurtz can get to 205. Noah can get to 185. Kurtz with a double in the 10th. Nicholas goes Brooklyn but strikes. And Noah does get a strike on his field ball. So 185 for Noah. And Kurt strikes out for 206. So Nick finishes 233. Brandon is a 7-pin. Mike finished 182. Schaefer gets first one in the 10th. Brandon converts his spare. Delaney gets first one in the 10th as well. So Delaney's going to be plus. Best Schaefer can do is 199. And 202 for Brandon. Schaefer leaves a 10-pin. So now 189. That's the best he can do. He's going to drop 11. Brandon leaves a 10-pin as well. Finishes at 201. So he's plus 8. Delaney is a 4-pin. You can get to 217. Schaefer converts his spare. So he drops 11. Plus 13 for him. Delaney takes care of his spare, 217 for him. Gets into plus 52. All right, game 3. Last game of semis coming your way. Unofficially, I have Delaney is at plus 52, plus 46 is Nicholas, plus 13 Schaefer, plus 8 Brandon, and then minus 8 Dimitri. Again, that's unofficial. Let's see if we can round up some scores. I'll be right back. Cross-checking some scores. Does look like Jeffrey is your leader. He's at plus 52. Nicholas is in second, plus 46. At plus 13 is Schaefer. Fourth is Brandon, plus 8. And minus 2 is fifth place Robert Marion. So that's what it looks like right now. Minus 2 is your number. Robert Marion. Just behind him at minus 10 is Evan Kurtz. Mike Sadar is minus 12. Minus 27 is Dimitri. Noah is minus 28. Antonio's struggling, minus 53. So again, fifth place, minus 2. So we need to keep an eye on Marion, Evan Kurtz, Mike Sadar, and Brandon Knowles, and even Rick Schaefer, because Rick is only plus 13. Evan would be 23 behind him. This is game 3 to determine our top 5. Then we'll head into some stair step action to get to our champion. Kurtz with a big split there. Marion with a strike. Dimitri leaves a 4-pin. Here's Schaefer up on 16. Comes in high, 3-6-10. Brandon with a strike there. Schaefer with the spare. Noah comes in light there, 2-8. Marion with a strike. Delaney comes in high, 3-6. Matry gets a 9 to go late, but does go. Kurtz, speaking of late, gets the 3 and the 10 to go late. Marion with a strike there. And this is game 3 of 3 of our semis to determine our top 5 for our stair step. Finishing up game 3 for semis. Antonio. Finishing up. Sorry about that. We're got everything we need here. .245 for Antonio.
This is an updated one because one of the scores got wrong.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so we do have an official score. There was a score that was entered wrong. So prior to this game, we had a tie for 5th place at +8. It was Brandon Knowles and Dimitri. 3rd was Rick Schaefer at +13. +46 was Nicholas, and +52 was Delaney. Antonio went +45 there. He was at -53, so it gets him to about even. Brandon looking to take care of his spare. Does only get 2 there. Nicholas does get his spare. Here's Delaney on 16. It's a split there, 4, 6, 7. Noah on 13 leaves the 6-10. Kurtz. Nice shot there. Landy gets 2. Noah gets a spare. Schaefer. 3, 4, 6, 7 for him. Ten pin for Nicholas. Brandon, 2 pin. Schaefer gets 2 there. Schaefer's at 120. Throws 7. Best he's going to be able to do is 210. Brandon takes care of another spare there. Here's Schaefer up on 16. Comes in high. 3, 6, 7, 10. He is plus 13 going into his last game. Brandon comes in high there and leaves a 3, 6, 10. I'm sorry, Noah. Here's Delaney. Gets a strike there. Kurtz. 4, 6, 7 for him. Rick takes care of the spare. It's pretty big there. Kurtz was trying to sneak his way in. Gets 2. Nicholas with a strike there. Coming down to the wire here. Brandon Knowles is up on 13. Here's Brandon. Comes in high, 6, 10. Rick leaves a 10 pin. Delaney comes in high. 4, 6, 7 for him. Right, no, it's going to start his 10th frame. Leaves a 2-8. Delaney gets 2. Mike strikes there. Noah does get 2. Here's Nicholas. His first ball on the 10th. Crosses over, leaves just a 3-pin. Kurtz can finish at 231. He leaves a 10-pin. Here's Mike. Gets a double in the 10th. Nicholas misses the spare, so he finishes at plus 50, or with 215. Noah finishes 163. His day is over. Kurtz can still get to 221. Mike. Finished at 191. Here's Schaefer. Oh. Leaves a 2-pin. Kurtz does get to that 221. Delaney. It's the first one in the 10th. Schaefer makes a spare. Knowles finish at even at 200. It's not going to get there. He needs a bucket. And Delaney, the best he can do is 89, so he's going to lose some ground. Schaefer ends up at 77, so he loses 23. Office 13 is going to be minus 10. Delaney gets that one there. Brandon does make the spare, so he can still get to 186, so he'll lose 14. Delaney does strike there, 189. 185 for Brandon. So he'll drop 15. All right, so we're tabulating some scores. We'll have our top 5 here in just a moment. And our step ladder first round match will be Robert Marion versus Brandon Knowles. That's your 4 and 5 seed. Evan came in third. Evan Kurtz. Jeff Delaney is on your second seed, and Nick is your top seed. Again, they're finishing up their practice shots, and we'll be underway here in just a moment. Okay, it looks like Marion's going to have Brandon start. Okay, first shot from Brandon. Starts off with a 10. So 10 pin for Brandon. Start the match. Brandon takes care of his spare. Here's Marion, his first ball. Comes a little high, but trips the 4. Starts off with a strike. We have a sighting of one Kyle Taylor.
I've been watching him.
Gotta figure out why he wasn't bowling. Marion's second shot. Starts off with a double. Brandon Knowles getting ready to take his second shot on the match, or second frame. Start off with a spare, left a 10 pin. And Brandon gets that to go, so he strikes there. It's the third frame for Brandon. Comes in high, leaves a 4-pin. Your leaders after qualifying was Antonio Correa. Then after semis, Nick is your leader. So he'll be the number 1 seed. Spare for Brandon Knowles. So after qualifying, your top 5 were Brandon Knowles, Evan Kurtz, Robert Marion, Dimitri Richardson, and Antonio. Then after the semis, your top 5 were Nick, Jeff, Evan, Robert, and Brandon. Robert Marion with the strike there. It's 3 in a row for him. Looking for a 4-bagger. Leaves a 10-pin. So Robert does convert the spare. Starts off with 3 strikes and a spare. Brandon, spare, strike, spare. Brandon's 4th frame. Does strike there. So he hasn't missed on 20. Unfortunately, has 2 spares on 19. Here's Brandon, 5th frame, looking for a double. Yep, leaves just a 10-pin there. Okay. Brandon does get the spare. Would have converted to 710. So Brandon's on that Dutch 200 pace. Spare, strike, spare, strike, spare. Robert Marion, on the other hand, started out with the front 3, then a spare. Leaves a 7-pin there. Does convert the spare, so both players are clean. through 5 frames. Marion's up by 18. Strike there for Marion. There's Brandon. Nice. Answers that strike with a strike of his own. Still down by 18. Brandon has not struck yet on 19 during this match. He's had 3 9 counts. Here's Brandon. It's a 10 pin. Fortunately for Brandon, he's going to finish on 20. Okay, it does convert the spare. Here's Marion. Split there. 4-10. Okay, Marion will get 1 there. Puts him at 146 through 7. Best he can do is it's 236. Gets the 7 out, so I just 10 remaining. Does convert the spare. So spare in the 8th for Marion. It's all in Brandon's court now. Eighth frame for Brandon. He's struck every time on lane 20. Leaves a 9-pin there. Brandon takes care of the spare. So both have spares in the eighth. Best Brandon can do is 19. 219 for him. And 226 for Robbie Marion. So +7 in favor of Robbie Marion. All right, Brandon does get that strike on 19 finally. So he's got a strike going into the 10th. Robbie, big split there. Another 410. So back-to-back 410s on lane 20 for him. May have cost him the match. Gets 1, so 173 through 9. Best he can do is 203. First ball in the 10th. Gets a strike there. Second ball in the 10th. Mixes it up, gets a double. One more puts him at 203. It's a 9 count there. So 202, that forces Brandon to strike. So 9 spare strike only put him at 199. Or any kind of spare strike will put him at 199. So he has to strike on his first ball. There's Brandon. 10th frame. Does get it. So decent count, and Brandon will be advancing to face Evan Kurtz. Gets 9. That is plenty. Alright, our next match will feature Brandon Knowles and Evan Kurtz. We'll be back with match 2 here in just a moment. Alright, match 2 getting ready to get underway. Evan Kurtz versus Brandon Knowles. Brandon was your 5th seed, Evan's your 3rd seed, or 3 seed. And Evan's going to choose the lead. Starts off with a strike. All right, Brandon's first ball of match 2. He comes out with a strike himself. All right, second frame for Brandon Knowles. Just going to reset. Comes in light. 2-7. Brandon takes care of his spare. So strike and spare for Brandon. Evan start off with a strike. He's a 10 pin. Takes care of the spare. So we're all tied up after 2. It's Kurt's third frame. Gets it there. Strike, spare, strike. So Brandon, his third frame. It's going to be on lane 20. He'll finish on 19. 10 pin for Brandon. Brandon is going to regroup. Shoots all his spares for the most part with one hand. With the thumb in compared to two-handed with the thumb out for his strike ball. Does take care of that 10 pin, so back-to-back spares for Brandon. Fourth frame for Brandon Knowles. All right, he strikes there. So strike, spare, strike for Brandon. Here's Kurtz. Looking to get a double. Does do that, so gets a double. Fifth frame for Kurtz. Looking for a three-bagger. Leaves a 10 pin there. Spare is missed. So an open for Kurtz there. 97 through 5 for Evan Kurtz. This gives an opening to Brandon. He's going to take a re-rack. While he's doing that, again, we'd like to thank the Loveland Estes Park USBC and their association for putting this tournament on. Thanks to all the bowlers who bowled. Sweetheart 10-Pin Bowling Center ran phenomenal as usual. Their staff is top tier. Here's Brandon. Gets a strike there. So Brandon gets a double. Brandon strike, spare, spare, double. Six frame for Brandon Knowles. Looking for a turkey. Does get it. So Brandon takes advantage of the open from Evan. Kurtz, sixth frame. So he does after having that open on the last. Comes in high, leaves a 4-pin. So Evan does make that spare. So spare and a 6 for Evan. Seventh frame, lane 19. Leaves a 9-pin. Okay, Evan does take care of the spare. Brandon's going to be up on lane 20. Looking for a 4-bagger. 7th frame. Got it. So 4 in a row for Brandon. Double double. Looking to make it 5. Oh, 7-pin. So it leaves just a 7-pin there. Spare put him at 168 in the 7th with a spare in the 8th. Brandon does convert the spare. Steven's going to need to put a couple strikes together here. Does get the first one. So he strikes in the 8th. Nope. Looks like we're going to have a ball return. So I can finish at 226. Likes to figure out where the camera was and waved. So 226 is the best Evan can finish with. Brandon. $48. Yep, so 48 for Brandon. Okay, Kurt's looking to try and make it a double here. It's a big shot. We'll need his double going into the 10th. Gets it. So he does strike there. All right, 9th frame for Brandon. Ninth frame, he's clean through 8. It's a big shot. Gets him to go. So Brandon with a strike in the 9th. So 248 still max score for Brandon. A 226 for Eben. First ball in the 10th. Brandon gets it. Now he'll need just count, and he'll be moving on to face Jeff Delaney. Good shot there. The ball change. See what that one would do. Struck. He's going to make another ball change. Brandon does get a 9 count there. Our top 5 for the stair step was Brandon Knowles was 5th, Robert Marion was 4th, Eben Kurtz 3rd, Jeff Delaney, and Nick was your number 1 seed. Brandon beat Robert Marion the first match. He's going to win the second match here. Brandon did shoot 247 there. That open, and the 5th hurt Evan. Gonna put a little bit more pressure on Brandon. Shot there. So he's gonna finish in the 220s. $225. All right, match 3 coming your way. Just a moment, we'll be right back. It is. Jeffrey finishes his practice. Got a couple of housekeeping notes. The cut from the semis was -7. And another note, if anyone bowled this afternoon and they forgot their shoes, they are here a pair of brand new 3Gs. They are left here. They are still here. So if you get home or you go back into the league next week and you realize you don't have your shoes, they are up here. All right, Delaney's got a couple more practice shots and we'll be getting started.
my hiccups.
Oh man,
Next year will be so much better.
hey, you gotta go. You know,
Our board went through that.
yes. It's been a learning.
A little bit, a little bit.
But it's all good.
I haven't been on the board since so it's a whole
Yeah, I
new,
remember.
whole new round.
I got the ABC 290.
Yeah. On the board they merged USBC,
Okay.
and then I left. It was about 10 years.
Okay, looks like Delaney has chosen to have Brandon start. So Brandon's first ball of match 3. Starts off with a strike. Here's our first look at Delaney and the stepladder. Past couple live streams, he's been very successful. He's won the step Interstate Toyota tournament and the Trevor Kling Memorial Tournament. All right, Delaney starts off with a strike. So we're all tied up after 1. Here's Delaney, second frame. Lane 19. Comes in high. Leaves a 6-pin. All right, Jeffrey takes care of his spare. So strike spare for him to start. Knowles. He's going to be up on lane 20. Looking to start the match with a double. Taps it, but leaves a 10. Spare here will be all tied. Takes care of the spare. Third frame. Brandon Knowles. Ring 10. Brandon does convert the spare, so starts off with a strike and a pair of spares. Delaney starts off with a strike and a spare. So his third frame coming up here in just a moment. He's on lane 20. Nice. So Delaney strikes there. So strike, spare, strike for Delaney. He will take the lead. Our top seed is Nick B. Just hanging out, getting ready to go. He's saying earlier that he's going to fall asleep waiting. But he's drinking an energy drink right now, so hopefully he doesn't. Here's Delaney looking for a double. He's got it. It's Brandon's fourth frame. It's coming up on lane 20. All right, it's got a strike there. It's a great shot from Brandon. So Brandon with a strike, two spares and a strike. Tried a couple different balls last match in the 10th frame, but he's went back to the one he's been using. Looking to get a double here. Fifth frame. Does get them all to go there, so Brandon doubles in the fourth and fifth. See here what Delaney does in his fifth frame. He's going to be on lane 20. Delaney looking for a turkey. There's a 9-pin. So with a spare here, both players will have 2 spares. Delaney does convert the spare. So Jeff, strike, spare, double, spare. Brandon, strike, 2 spares, and then 2 strikes. All right, 6 frame for Delaney. Answers with a strike there. So Delaney's got 109 through 5 with a strike in a 6th. Brandon's going to take a re-rack. Looking to get 3 in a row. Right, 6 frame Brandon Knowles. Gets in the mix up, gives himself a turkey. Brandon up in the 7th frame looking for a 4-bagger, double-double. Does get it. So 4-bagger for Brandon. All right, we'll see if Delaney can answer. Last time he was on this lane, he left that 9 pin. All right, Delaney does get a strike there. Gives himself a double in the 6th and 7th. Looking for that turkey. Does not happen in this game. He started with a strike, spare, then a double, spare, then this double. Delaney up, 8th frame. Leaves a 10 pin. He's using 2 different balls, 1 on each lane. All right, Delaney does convert his spare, so he's clean through 8. He's got 158 in the 7th with a spare in the 8th. Eighth frame for Brandon. Gets that to go, so gives him a 5-bagger. Ninth frame looking for that triple double. Brandon, ninth frame. Strike here. Could pretty much seal the deal. It's going to regroup. Sends the messenger across, gets the 10. So 6-bagger double. How about a triple double for Brandon? Ninth frame for Delaney. Best he can do is 38. Delaney does get a strike there in the ninth. Tenth frame for him. He's looking to get all three. Try to give himself a chance here. First one in the 10th. Gets up to go. Again, two more, puts him at 238. Second ball in 10th for Delaney. It's going to be light, but gets them all to go. So it's going to be in the 230s. Here's his fill ball. It's 10, so 237. Okay, Brandon, 10th frame. Looking to advance to face Nick for the title. He's got it. So Brandon will be moving on. He has climbed the ladder. He was your 5th seed coming in. All right, Brandon will finish up. We'll begin. Nick will take his practice shots. They'll be on to the title match. Nice shot there for Brandon. Finishes with the back 9 potentially here. It's going to be in the 260s. Ball change again. Strikes there, 268. 269. All right. We'll let Nick take his practice shots, and we'll return shortly. All right, we've made our way to the final match. Brandon versus Nick. Nick is having Brandon go first. So that means Brandon's going to finish on lane 20. Brandon's still using the ball that he started Step Ladder Finals with. His first shot of the title match. Mixer for a strike there. Here's Nick. He is your number 1 seed. His first shot. Comes in a little high. 6, 9, 10. Nick qualified in 7th place. Brandon qualified in 5th. And they took advantage of the semis, especially with the pins dropping and going back to even. All right, second frame for Nick. Two-hander versus two-hander. Breaks up the split. Potential 4-10. Turn that into a strike. It's a spare strike to start the match for Nick. Carrying over from last match, Brandon has 10 in a row. There's Brandon, second frame. Good strike there. So a double to start the match for Brandon. Kevin Smer gets them all to go. So starts off with a turkey. So 12 strikes in a row, by the way, for Brandon. Nick is up and ready to go. He's going to go quick. Leaves a 10 pin there. So he's in front of the ball return, but he just can't get the angle to get the 10 out. So it's back-to-back spares on lane 20. There's Nick. Nice shot there. So he struck both times on 19, but he has two spares on lane 20. Brandon is perfect through 3 so far. It's going to be up on the 4th. Brandon's going to regroup. Fourth frame. Sends a messenger across. Goes, gets it. It's a 4-bagger. Double-double for Brandon. Fifth frame. Looking to make it a 5-bagger. Gets it. So double-double. It had the cheese. 5-bagger for Mr. Knowles. Nick's going to have to answer here. He's going to have to figure out something on lane 20. Leaves a bucket there. 2, 4, 5, 8. Does take care of the spare though. So that Dutch 200 pace continues for Nick, which unfortunately for him, Brandon has the front 5. Seven pin. Here does make the spare. So he's got 99 through 5 with the spare in the 6th. Brandon has yet to miss. Sixth frame for Brandon. Looking for a triple-double. Got it. So he finished with the back 9 against Delaney, and he starts off with the front 6 here. Looking for a 7-bagger. He's got it. So front 7 here. Lane 20. Here's Nick in the 7th frame. All right, gets that to go. So he does strike there. He can get to 239. Eighth frame for Nick. Looking for a double. Comes in high. Greek Church, which falls out. Now he's got a big 4. 4, 6, 7, 10. So he gets 2 there. Open in the 8th. Puts Nick at 145. Best he could do now is 205. Brandon is on cruise control. He's already sitting at 180. Hasn't missed yet in this title match. It's the 8th frame. Oh, he leaves a 5-7. Brandon is going to be your champion this year. Oh, try to get up in the back there. So your 2026 Loveland Masters champion, Brandon Knowles. Bowled well all day. Congratulations to Nick for coming in second. He's bowled fantastic. Brandon gets a strike there in the 9th. Good shot there for Nick. Unfortunately, figure out lane 20 a little too late. 10th frame for Nick. Crosses over, does strike though. Brandon with another split on 20. It doesn't matter. All right, so Brandon finishes 234. Nick with one here, put him at 192. Doesn't get any, says 191. Again, congratulations to Brandon Knowles, your Loveland Masters champion for this year. Appreciate everybody watching, hanging out with us all day long. We'll see you soon.
Thank you for